Hey, everybody. So we're doing stress and lower emotions, and we're pulling together like different approaches. We have the clinical approach, the energetic approach, and working with angels or the angelic approach to going through and doing this. So it's kind of like pulling from all the different things that we're always kind of working these different avenues and pulling it together to go through and treat this. And so, stress and lower emotions are just part of life. It's not something that is an abstract concept or an abstract thing that happens. And, whenever things are changing very rapidly, which things are changing out in society very quickly, that will generate both of these stress and lower emotions. And you could think of stress as when we're in our normal way of doing things and then something has displaced us, basically pushed us out of our routine or pushed us out of our momentum that we have going in a particular thing. We might have a project or we might have something that we do with the family or something, and then all of a sudden something disrupts that flow. And so that disruption is another way of saying displacement. And so a lot of our stress response is actually like physical. We think of it as maybe being psychological, emotional or mental, but a lot of times it's your body having a reaction that eventually then goes to the emotions and to the mind and generates these responses. And so they're tied also to like our reactions or our instinctive responses. And so with this, what happens over a period of time is we get conditioned to have a kind of response in certain situations. So it's another way of saying that stress accumulates, right? Lower emotions accumulate. And, it's not that we have these big energetic bags within us and it's just like, oh, keep filling it up, filling it up, filling it up. It's more of what happens to the body, what happens to the nervous system, what happens to the energy body. The body gets into this stressed state or this state where it doesn't feel safe or it needs to protect itself or whatever it might be. Then the nervous system, other systems too, but let's like really focus on the nervous system. The nervous system keeps responding and like generating a stress response in the moment. And the accumulation is really the intensity of the nervous system's response. It's not like there's this big sack of something and you're throwing it over your shoulder and go, I got my inner stress sack. Oh, it's getting pretty full. It's more that the nervous system goes from a stress level of 1 to 3, and then to 5, and then to 10, and then to 20. And so whenever this displacement happens, or when we hit some sort of obstacle or have to deal with some difficulty, instead of getting one stress unit, we get 20 stress units. And then we get 40 stress units, and then we get 50 stress units. So there's this conditioning that happens to the nervous system, to the glands, to the endocrine system, and then also the energy body. And the weird thing is that when we have this stress response and when it's been there for a long period of time, it's what we would call dysregulation. I mean, dysregulation is the body's just super stressed out. Like that's what that means, right? And so the reactions become very like hyper reactive or over the top, or, it might call for this level of stress, but we brought this much to the table, right? And so part of what happens over a period of time is then part of your nervous system, part of the brain, which is tied to predicting the future and also like pattern recognition, right? Like it looks for things and compares things. Sometimes it takes that stress and then this sounds weird, but it will amplify the stress or will amplify the discomfort in the body so that we're extra careful in these situations. It sounds weird, but this is a thing that our brain does. And so we're wanting to unwind this so that the the body lets go of the stress, but the brain also lets go of the stress pattern that you could say in a way it's identified with it. You know, it's not exactly what it is, but it's like if you want to like kind of just go through it real quick. It's like it almost identifies with this and then exaggerates it so that you maybe don't hurt yourself more or don't get into these situations more. So if it hurts a little bit more, the body's thought is you'll stay out of that situation or you'll be super, super careful, right? So some of these things the brain kind of holds on to. You know, we've talked about this for years and some of the early sleep classes and, other classes where we try to help the mind let go of a particular pattern, right? So here we're going to do it very simply, very straightforward. The beautiful thing about working with angels is it bypasses and unwinds that part of the mind that wants to hold on the pattern of discomfort or wants to amplify this pattern of discomfort. Like it will rewire that or bypass it, right? So this idea of doing clinical, energetic, and angelic approaches to these things is very effective, actually. It's very, very effective. So the very first thing we're going to do is we're going to do health rays. And so there's a bunch of oils here for you to choose from. The eucalyptus kochi, which is a new type of eucalyptus, really good for health rays just by itself. In fact, I reworked the health rays to include the kochi in it. German chamomile, frankincense, marjoram, basil, especially exotic basil, strawflower, lavandin grosso, eucalyptus polybroct, linalool, sandalwood, benzoin, terebinth, greenheart, jasmine, rose, angelica, tuberose. And of course, anytime terebinth, you could also do sea pine. Sea pine is the needles, terebinth is the wood of that same oil. It's a specific kind of pine.
And if you got the optional kit for purchase, it's the health race.
Yeah, health rays.
But you said health race pretty.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to unwind the health rays. And the health rays are these little perpendicular lines that shoot off the body from the pores of your skin. And they directly correspond to stress and stress levels. If you think about it, when you get stressed out, what happens to your breath? It starts to become short and rapid, right? You're not breathing in like you should, and you're not exhaling like you should. Well, this also happens in the energy body. When you're stressed out or when you're full of lower emotions, we don't pull in the energy like we should, and we don't throw off the energy like we should. Like if you think about it, if the body is going into defense mode or protective mode, it's trying to not have anything shift or change. It's just going down on lockdown, right? So the breath becomes shallow, right? And then the energy body kind of draws in, and we don't expel energy like we normally would, and we don't draw in energy like we normally would. So if we're looking at it from the point of view of the breath, you would go deepen the breath, right? And here we're looking at the health rays, and we're going to say deepen the health rays, deepen the function of the health rays, make them absorb more, make them expel more. Now, if you look at your ability to overcome obstacles, which is what stress is associated with, it's directly tied to the movement of the health rays. If you're able to bring in energy and expel energy off well, energetically, you'll process through whatever is happening and you'll overcome the obstacle. You'll flow around it. You'll go over it, around it, under it, change directions, whatever it needs to happen. And it's tied to the health rays. This is why you see around Ganesha, which Ganesha is the Indian deity with the elephant head. He's usually surrounded by health rays, and he's known for overcoming obstacles, right? The overcomer of obstacles. So we're going to work the health rays in a way to undo some of the stress that's in the body. Right? We're going to undo your ability to absorb, the blockages to absorb and your blockages to expel energy off. And basically, we're going to offset that accumulation of stress in the body, the stress response. So, first, just start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with whatever oil you're using. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, so just the little bit that you've already been inhaling, what do you notice? As you're inhaling one of these oils that's for health rays, you know, like when I do this, I don't even follow a pattern. If I start inhaling health rays, I'll go, I'm breathing deeper and I'm breathing slower. Like I didn't feel stressed out, but all of a sudden I'm like, ugh. Yeah, like a layer of something's already coming off. You're not even doing a pattern yet, right? But now, if we want to hit the areas that are going to be impacted by stress the hardest, we're going to do the four quadrants of the aura. But before we do that, we're going to hit the solar plexus. And the solar plexus is a lot of where the stress response accumulates and also the lower emotions. And part of this is in the body. There's certain areas that you look to see like how the body's doing. If it doesn't feel safe, if it feels like it needs to be defensive, if it's super agitated, if it's super stressed out. And one of the big areas is the diaphragm, right? So the solar plexus is working energetically, the center that impacts lower emotion, but you're also working the diaphragm. And whenever you unwind the diaphragm, you're letting go of the past responses that are being held in the body. Part of how the body holds on to it is the diaphragm holds on to it. So that's why we always are spending so much time like focusing on the diaphragm through the years is it's a way to unwind the body, to shift the body to a more relaxed state, right? So your awareness is on your front solar plexus, that area below your ribs, on your upper abdomen. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on that front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. How's this feeling to you?
It's exactly what you said. Like I noticed my breathing got like slower and deeper.
Deeper. I know. You know, Samantha is saying like that her breath is slowing down and deepening. We don't have stressful lives. Like, we're doing things that we love. Our biggest stress is just maybe meeting a deadline during the day, and yet her breath still is slowing down and deepening. What if you had a really stressful life? What if you had a very demanding job, or you're in conflict with somebody, or there's some unresolved thing that's in your life, with a person or work or something. It affects our physiology. And then just pause and let that go. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus, that mid back area, below your shoulder blades, on the mid back. Your awareness is on that back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, just pause and let go. So, if we look at this from an energetic point of view, right, we have an accumulation of stress in the solar plexus, like in the body, but a lot of times you're going to feel it in the solar plexus, in the front solar plexus and the back solar plexus. Physically, where you're going to feel that is you could feel it in different parts of your body, different aches and pains and things like that. If you have a bad shoulder or a bad hip, a bad knee, you're going to feel it in those areas, but you're also going to feel it in the diaphragm. The diaphragm, the jaws, the respiratory rate, the cardiovascular system, those are all areas to go through and look at the effects of stress. Now, if we continue to look at it from the point of view of vagal tone, like what we would call congestion or stress congestion is just a super hyper reactive or hyper vigilant fight flight response, right? We're just in a very dysregulated state as far as that part of the nervous system looks. Energetically, that looks like congestion or like a lot of defensive or protective energy in the solar plexus and other areas of our body, wherever it might be, right? And so by unwinding the energy of it, you're also unwinding the physiology of it. There's really no difference. Our mind sees the difference, and there's different philosophies or ways of talking about it, but the manifestation in the body is the same. When the nervous system shifts, the energy shifts. When the energy shifts, the nervous system shifts. So one is not independent. It's just how we are choosing to look at it. What lens are we looking through, right? So here we're using this blend that is for, energetic processes, but we're still unwinding the physiology. We're still unwinding that fight flight response and the hypervigilance in the fight flight mechanism or the what you would call dysregulation, right? So you could do many cycles of this. Like you're unwinding the congestion in the body, but you're also unwinding the diaphragm by going through and doing this. And so the more that you do it, the more that the body will keep letting go of tension and stress patterns that we've been holding on to. Okay, so let's do another round. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. And you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on that front solar plexus. We're giving it a good run for its money. Now, just pause and let it go for a moment. Let it incubate. Sometimes the incubation time is just as important as the breathing process. Do you find some? Hmm. Now, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your back solar plexus, that mid back area below the shoulder blades. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. There was like you're still on your back solar plexus. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Pause and be still. That's already starting to feel. Now, we might have an area that's a little bit compromised, a bad back, a bad hip, bad shoulder, bad knee, your jaws, something, you know. And when we're in a stressed out state, when our body has a stress response, or when there's a lot of emotion, body emotion, these areas get compromised. So one of the things that you can do in this area, I didn't put it in the booklet, but whenever you're doing like the front solar plexus, back solar plexus, if you want to take a little moment and we can check in with our own personal little hot spots. So find an area in your body that is a little compromised. Even if it feels okay right now, like say the shoulder is like good, but it has its moments, or the back is good, but I'm also not picking up boxes or, being careful on stairs or something. Whatever it is, work your area. So you're aware of that area and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. As that strange, I know. Okay, pause and let it go. Think of these areas as also being a kind of dysregulation. Whenever we have a symptom in a particular area, there is dysregulation present, right? Poor vagal tone and a little bit more of an exaggerated sympathetic nervous system response, which is what we would call fight flight. In the body, it's just like a exaggerated response, but it's the same mechanism. And then again, just pause and let go. How's that feeling? Sometimes like if you relax the jaws, the body will go down a notch, especially when it comes to stress. Let's try doing the jaws where they hinge in front of the ears. Let's just do a little experiment. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. You're pausing and letting go. Okay, let's do the sides of your head. You're looking for the muscle on the side of your head, which is also tied to chewing, moving your jaws. So your awareness is on the sides of your head, the whole side. And then just pause and let go. That as weird as it sounds, like the sides of your head, if you unwind that, your body will let go of stress and tension. Let's revisit that front solar plexus again. We've unwound some of the body. Let's go back. Your awareness is below your ribs on your upper abdomen. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The ones listed are better choices. And move your awareness to the back solar plexus, the mid back area below your ribs. And then just pause and be still. Pause. How's that treating you? Okay, so now we're going to go to the next application, which are the 4 quadrants of the aura. So you're going to use that same oil that you've been using. You're going to start on the left side of your body, right? Left side of your body, left side of your face, neck, your left shoulder and ribs, your left hip, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle.
Mm.
You're just being still. Mhm. Now you're doing the front side of the body, the face, the throat, the chest, the abdomen, the front of the pelvis, down the front of the legs to the tops of the feet. Whole front side. And then just let that go. Just let it all go. Now, if you compare the left side of your body to the right side of your body, how does that feel? Mhm.
Different.
Yeah. You didn't know you were stressed out, and now you're like, oh. Okay. So, right side of your body, right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder, your ribs, your right hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. And then just pause and let that go for a moment. Okay, backside, back of the head and neck, your whole back, the back of your hips, down the backs of your legs to your heels. You're pausing and letting go. You're just being still. I think for some of us, we could do a stress and lower emotion weekend and just do this one segment and go, I'm good. It unwinds things in ways that we don't really realize, especially if we kind of slow down the process and really kind of methodically go through the body. So we are going to do a little bit more, but before we do that, let's do shares and questions. You can unmute yourself and type in, what was your experience? How did you do? How was your experience?
I'll share in just a sec. Let's go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, I think you just hit the nail on the head there, Greg, I think this section was just about that, you know.
Yeah.
It
Like if you think about like stress management, it doesn't have to be some big, great, crazy, drawn out process. Even if you just took this first segment at the end of every day and went, okay,
yeah,
I'm going to bed in 15 minutes and
yeah,
do your little sniffer thing and then, or even put a little bit on the body or something and then call it good.
yeah,
It doesn't have to be this big, crazy, prolonged process that we do.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
good to
but
do
this was
those from time to time, but daily maintenance, there you go, right there.
yeah, this was a good depth though. Um,
Mhm.
yeah, I mean when you asked, how do you compare the right side to the left side when we were just doing the initially the left side of the aura, it's
Hmm.
like I didn't realize how bunched up the right side still was,
Right,
until
right,
it was like, I'm not showing my camera, but
right. It feels like this, huh? Like,
exactly. It
yeah.
was like this kind of thing. Yeah, hanging on to it.
Yeah,
Totally.
yeah, yeah,
One other
yeah.
comment that I wanted to make too is it's kind of dovetailed with I love the way you open these sessions because that to me is like such the meat of kind of such a good piece to chew on and listen to and work with when you start off your classes and stuff.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I mean that's like my favorite part right there.
Oh, good.
But anyway, I had in my practice this morning, just before our sessions here, I came across this. kind of this realization how much I've had this wound or this how I've been covering this wound for such a long time, a deep, 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 deep emotional wound, and how it affected me so. So that kind of dovetails a little bit with what you were saying, but in just going through like the body awareness
Yeah,
aspect, I felt it was really around the heart. There was a big
yeah,
blanket around the heart, or just
yeah.
something this density around the heart. So that's what I was working through, if you will. Um,
And that's the thing too, is like I'd say wounding, like when we have an old wound, like you're talking about, like there's two aspects. There's the mental aspect,
mm,
and then there's the physical aspect, which is really the neurological aspect. It's what the body had to do to get through whatever that is. And a lot of times, we kind of work through the mental part, or at least we get past it, we walk away from it. We said something to them, or we didn't say something, or we removed ourselves, or, something. We
mm.
usually have done something. But the body still thinks that that situation is still happening. And resolving something in the story usually doesn't do anything for the body. It's really getting that part of the body or that part of the nervous system out of that neural loop, whatever that is. And so it just becomes this like neurological process. And again, if you go back to that wound, the part of how the body got through it was it went into a dysregulated state. And
Mhm.
it's a series of things that happens in the nervous system. But when we do the body listening, you're unwinding that. But even this idea of basically kind of de-stressing the body and de-stressing the energy field. And here we're talking about like opening up the health rays. Part of opening up the health rays is you're discharging that defensive mechanism in the nervous system, or that protective mechanism. You're discharging that component where we went into like defense or protection or being traumatized, whatever it was. The nervous system kind of went into whatever protective mode that it went in, and then just got stuck there.
Yeah,
It's in a loop. And so opening the health rays is you are energetically, you're discharging, like you could say, stress energy or trauma energy or whatever it is. But part of what you're doing is you're discharging that dysregulation in the nervous system. So the nervous system starts calming down and goes, oh, yeah, that happened like a week ago, or that happened like a year ago, or that happened like 30 years ago, or whatever it is. Like it starts to like go, okay, we'll be okay. Walk it off. Like,
yeah,
it
walk it
gets to
off kind
that
of thing.
mode, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was like really such a. It's interesting the way my interpretation of it. It was like such a guarded thing. I mean, it was guarded,
Yeah,
totally
sure.
guarded. And then it's like I just this might be a little too esoteric or whatever, but every once in a while I've noticed that during my practice when I'm doing like looking at different centers and chakras and stuff,
Hmm.
it always seems a little bit askew, right? And
Sure.
I've kind of tracked this whole thing through that was part of this whole coverage thing. I don't know, energetically, if you will. But anyway, since I've come across this observation or
Hmm.
realization or
Hmm.
being able to let this go, everything's kind of like realigning, if you will. I
Yeah.
mean, it's kind of like,
Yeah.
I kind of grew in this guarded state and it affected my energy system this way. Since I was, trying to protect this thing or whatever. And now that I'm
Hmm.
letting it go, it's kind of like, okay, we're kind of shifting back. So this is like way, way, I don't know, deep for me, but it's all
I, I,
kind of
I I would
recent for
agree. And
me.
like the thing that I would say is, we go into this like guarded state. I mean, that's a great way to say it, is like you go into this guarded state. And really what you're guarding is you're kind of just guarding this like impulse to survive, or this situation, or this identification, or this way of seeing something, be it however right or wrong it is. It doesn't really matter. Like, but we
Right.
just go into this guarded state and we stay in that guarded state. And so the guarding doesn't just keep out negative things. It also keeps out like happiness and well-being and emotional connection and soul processing.
Yeah.
Like the idea of higher creativity. We have instinctual processing, we have emotional processing, we have mental processing, but the idea of like soul processing is like what higher creativity is. I was thinking about this the other night as I was overdoing one of my practices. And the thing that happens sometimes is like when you get like a new car or a new iPad or something or a new computer, you get it and you kind of figure things out for the task that you need.
Mm,
You don't sit down and look at the owner's manual and go, look at all these potentials and possibilities. And then let's make all of these things work because now I know how everything in this new car works. And I know all the things that this computer does. It's like you learn a little bit, and then when you have another task, you go, ah, I gotta figure out how to do this other thing on the computer, or what does the car do? And the same thing happens with the soul and the body.
mm.
It gets in and then it has to survive. And then the family teaches you some things, and then
Right.
school teaches you some things, and you learn certain things, but at some point we have to step back and go, I should start pushing some of these buttons and see what they do. And what happens if I do it this way or that way, or you know maybe I should read the manual. Like I'll go through and read the manual because there's always so much more potential there. And really, a
Right.
spiritual practice is just really kind of exploring the buttons, between the soul
Yeah, I like the way you say that.
and the
Yeah.
body.
Yeah.
And we have these situations where we're guarded and stuff, and you, you know until we start like poking the buttons and going, hey, what does this do? What happens when this happens? We go into this guarded mode and we just leave it alone. Like we
Yeah.
don't really try to undo it until it, gets in the way of something.
Right.
And so to really just start going and unwinding stress and unwinding the lower emotion, it's really like poking the button so that you know how the whole car works. And then you go, oh, there's this weird thing in the trunk. Let's get rid of it.
Yeah.
This weird guarded thing that's just always in the back seat. Why is it even there? Like, let's get rid of it.
Sure. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like with the guarding too, it's like everything else now has to fit the mold of the guarding, right?
Sure.
You get anything else that comes in, then
Right.
it's
Or
through.
it just gets rejected.
Right.
Like a lot of
Exactly. It's
times the
through that
guarded thing is
interpretation.
like,
Right.
no,
Yep.
no,
I can't
no.
do, I
Yeah.
can't think that way. I
Yeah.
got to think
Yeah.
this way, and this is the way
Yeah.
I interpret it. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. 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 That's it.
Yeah. Thank you, man.
You're
Thank you.
so
And we had some shares and questions as well in chat. And always feel free to raise your hand and mute yourself, guys. Someone shared, I had a lot of tension in the diaphragm area and the sides during the first round. I didn't feel much release in the front solar plexus. But as soon as we shifted to the back solar plexus, lots of tension, tears, and what felt like old stuff released.
Mhm.
Now I can breathe a little better. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. I mean, usually the back solar plexus is the bigger perpetrator. The solar plexus on the front is getting through whatever you got to get through the day. And the back solar plexus is all the old accumulations. The back solar plexus also impacts the diaphragm to a much higher degree. And like these body memories, or like how Dan was talking about, like being guarded or being traumatized or not feeling safe, all of that's held in the diaphragm, like all of it. And so it's not like the diaphragm sitting there thinking about, oh, there's this situation and that situation. It's just like in this kind of reactive, impulsive, reactionary state. And, like Dan was saying, like when you're guarded or when you're wounded or, you know, that's manifesting in the diaphragm. So it's affecting your breath, it's affecting body tension, it's affecting, the dysregulation that we're holding on to, to maintain that guarded state. And as we go through and unwind it, we really don't have to relive the old scenarios, but sometimes there might be a little bit of an emotional release or something, but it is a completion of that neural cycle. You are letting go of it, and that energy that goes to guarding and protecting and even the energy that goes into like not feeling safe or to feel wounded, that still consumes energy, right? It's a repetitive loop that it's still, that program is still playing out. And you're when you go through and you unwind things like this, that's what you're doing, is you're unwinding and letting go of some of these old events. Yeah.
Someone's asking, what makes Health Raise Premium stronger?
It's a bit more activating to the heart. It's got more premium oils in it and everything. Don't get me wrong, the regular Health Raise is pretty potent, but the Health Raise Premium is just more activating to the heart.
If you take frankincense internally, will it help the Health Raise?
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah, somewhat.
So, what I noticed, I mean, it changed obviously as we kept going through the process, but my body was relaxing. But at the end, I was really more aware of like tensions in my body
Hmm.
that I totally wasn't aware of
Hmm.
before. It was like
Yeah,
something else was so wound up or
right.
whatever,
Yeah,
guarded or
yeah,
blocked. So then when we were done, I was like, oh, wow,
yeah,
I have like it was in my chest, like the maybe the diaphragm area still
right.
needs to relax even more, but
Yeah,
a lot of tension got released, but
right.
also I became way more aware of like my body, like
Right.
little things going on that
So that is a thing, like what she's describing is like you start to become more aware of your body and you start to go, I'm holding tension here, I'm holding tension. And sometimes the tension is in weird places. Like when I was younger, this sounds weird, but I'd already kind of injured my back really bad. And I had a job at the time where it involved a lot of standing. And so because of the back injury, I would, I was having to stand and everything, but I was still going to physical therapy. And so, in physical therapy, I don't know, somehow we got on this topic about how I stood. And I didn't realize it, but when I would stand, I would only stand on one leg. Like it sounds weird, but like I always was dominantly on one leg and really super passively on the other leg. And so this caused a chain reaction in my body. And it, I would love to say it was like, oh, it was because of the injury. It was something I had always done. I was completely unaware of it, but the body compensated for whatever for a long period of time. It was probably an injury or something, but I always stood on this one leg. And um, if I'm standing for 8, 9 hours at a time and I'm only standing on one leg, of course I'm going to have a back problem. Because my hips aren't balanced and my back's not balanced and I'm compensating And I was completely unaware of it until physical therapy brought it to my attention. And then I was like, oh, well, yeah, that's no big deal. I'll just stand on both legs. And it was a lot of work to do that because like it was so ingrained in me to only stand on this one leg. And, it sounds silly, but it kind of goes even to what you guys are saying is, not really aware of it until you're aware of it until you start to unwind it. And then you're like, I've been guarded or I've been holding this pattern for so long, you know, I probably had been holding that pattern for 10, 15 years. And who knows? Like, so, going through and unwinding these things, sometimes you'll uncover something that it just is a neural cycle that needs to be completed, but it's consuming energy and it's also affecting how we think, how we feel, how we act, the things we let into our life, the things that we keep out of our lives. It's impacting us way more than we realize. You know, it stresses us out way more than we realize, even though it's unwanted. That guarding thing that Dan's talking about, it's not that he wants it, but it's there and it causes him stress. It causes lower emotions. It's in a repeating pattern that until we unwind it, it's just a thing that happened, you know. Yeah.
Great shares and questions, guys.
Okay, so how about we'll take a break. We're going to come back and we're still going to work on segment one a little bit, but we'll come back straight up on the hour and we'll jump in from there. Hey, everybody, let's come on back.
Mm.
And we're going to do one more go around with the health rays on the four quadrants. So you're still using that same oil you did before the break, unless you want to switch to something. Your awareness is on the left side of your body, the whole left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder, your left ribs and hip, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. Just let it go for a moment. You're just letting it go. Let's begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the front side of your body. So your face and throat, your chest and abdomen, front of your pelvis, down the fronts of your legs to the tops of your feet. And that you're not using. Just grab me one. And then pause and be still. Just pause, let it go, and be still. Perfect. Yeah, please take one. Okay, right side of your body, right side of the face and neck, your right shoulder, your right ribs and right hip, down the outer right leg to the right outer ankle, your whole right side of your body. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then let it go. You're just letting it go. And then the back side of your body, so the back of your head, the back of your neck, your whole back, the back of your hips, down the backs of your legs, your calves, all the way to your heels. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. You're inhaling. We're just pausing and letting go. Now we're going to go to segment 2, which is the dysregulation of the health rays. Anytime we deal with the alchemical version of it, we're dealing with the repetition that gets locked in, the pattern that gets locked in to certain functions within the body or how we interact with the environment. So we're taking the process of breaking out of the hypervigilance and the hyperreactivity of the nervous system and the energy body to a higher level. So this is, think of the first one is you're treating the potential, right? Like you're increasing the rate of de-stressing or letting go of the emotions. And this one is increasing or improving the potential, right? You're deepening the effect. Right. So in this, we have a blend for the kit for purchase, alchemical health rays, but you can also use red spruce for Fraser, spikenard, cistus, basil, cypriol, valerian, birch, birch tar, sea pine, aloes, Eucalyptus citrodora, and palo santo. So choose an oil. And again, your awareness is on the left side of your body. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder and ribs, your left hip, all the way down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then let that go for a moment. We don't have anything in the spray, did we? Oh, that's right. Now do the front side, your face and throat, your chest, abdomen, front of the pelvis, down the fronts of the legs to the tops of your feet. My first day, sorry. You're just letting it go. You're letting the whole thing go. Okay, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the right side of the body. right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder and ribs, your right hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. The whole right side of the body. And then pause and let go. And now let's do the back side. Back of the head and neck, your whole back, your hips, down the backs of your legs to your heels. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. pause and be still. Let's do body awareness, body listening. So you're just paying attention to your body. It could be one of your compromised areas. It could be that you're just feeling some tension in your body. Whatever is the big one that jumps out at you, your awareness is on that area, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and let go. And let's do body listening again. Reassess the body. Whatever is jumping out at you the most, put your attention and awareness there. Remember, this alchemical process is about breaking the body out of the pattern of stress. And then pause and be still. Okay, we're going to do it again, but before we do it again, we're going to talk about it. So let's do shares and questions. You can unmute yourself, you could type in. Let's go ahead and fire away. What was your experience? How do you feel? How's that for you?
Oh, that was amazing. I've done health rays so many times, and that was great. But the chemical health rays working that dysregulation, I mean, I feel like I went to another world, like
Yeah.
something like reset in my
Yeah.
body.
Oh, very good. You could
Yeah.
tell. So the thing that I would say is you're increasing the amount that you absorb and expel uh, by doing the alchemical version. The doing the normal health rays like kind of cleans everything up and gets everything going. This is like lifting weights where you go, okay, let's increase the size of the health rays. Let's increase the amount that goes in and out. Like you're improving function. You're breaking out of repetitive patterns. So you're stepping up your health rays game, right? So by doing so, you're stepping up your ability to get out of a stressful neural loop and diminish lower emotion.
And my area, like body awareness area was my low back, and I could easily like kind of move my hip and like get a tweak, right? And then after this, I'm like moving my hip and I'm like, it
Can't
doesn't
find,
have that grab at all.
can't find that tweak.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like like I was saying, I mean, it's the idea of chronic pain too, is the pain is coming from the mind, from the brain. And so the brain is trying to protect something and manage something. And so you're breaking that aspect out of that holding pattern between the brain and and the body.
Someone shared, thank you, exclamation point. Lots of yawning, especially on the right side.
Yeah.
Could you speak to what makes it an alchemical process in the way that we inhale the oil on this one? Is it the oil? Is it intention or something else?
It's the blend. It's the oils. Yeah, like the single oils will do it, the blend especially will do it. So the way that those things work by their nature, they have this potential. And so we're just directing it at a particular area of the body, but it is the oils that do it. It's kind of hard to do it with intention. I mean, it could be done. It's usually slower and there's a lot more back and forth where the oil will kind of set a new pattern and help the body to like hold on to it. And so,
They shared the right side is weaker than the left. Chronic hip and lower back related pain.
yeah, yeah. We all tend to have a little bit more of a dominant side and passive side, but like, the goal being that we try to balance those things out a little bit better. And yeah, okay. So let's do this. Let's take a break and we're going to come back and we're going to do a little bit more. Let you like kind of rest or relax or get up and stretch. We'll do a little bit more before lunch and we'll do another round. A little bit of experimenting with going back and forth between segment one and segment two. So I'll see you at 10 after. Hey, everybody. So we're going to touch on that again, and then we're going to play with segment one and segment two together. Okay. So again, we're going to do segment two, whatever oil you just used, red spruce, fir Fraser, spikenard, cistus, basil, cypriol, valerian, birch tar, sea pine, aloes, Eucalyptus citrodora, or Palo Santo. The blend would be alchemical health rays. Your awareness is on the left side of your body, left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder and ribs, your left hip, down the outer leg to the left outer ankle. Move your awareness to the front side of the body, the whole front side, your face and throat, your chest, abdomen, front of the pelvis, down the front of the legs to the tops of the feet. The right side of your body, right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder, your right ribs and hip, down the outer leg to the right outer ankle. And the back side, back of the head and neck, your whole back, your hips, down the backs of your legs to your heels. The whole backside of the body. And then just pause and let go. Feels good, huh? I know we already did it, but it's like it goes deeper and deeper. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Whatever oil you just used, you're going to still hold on to that, but go back to the oil you used in segment one, whichever the oil was, be it Health Rays or one of the single oils. You're going to grab that, and we're going to do two-fisted inhaling, right? So just so we're all on the same page, let's do it like this. Segment one oil is in your left hand. Segment two oil is in your right hand. Segment one is in your left hand. Segment two is in your right hand. We do this so that as time goes by, we're going to get a little spacey. We won't get mixed up. So this is what I'd like us to do. Is we can practice body listening, but I would go to a compromised area, not just listening to your body, but that bad hip, that bad knee, shoulder, the jaw, whatever it is. Start with your left hand. Start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on that area with the oil in your left hand. You're still taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Switch to your right hand. Switch to the oil from segment 2. You're still on the same area. You're inhaling on that same area. You're just now inhaling with the segment 2 oil. Switch back to your left hand. You're still inhaling. You're still on that same spot. Now you're back to the segment 1 oil. And then go back to the right hand. And then pause and be still. And that to join your spot. Yeah. So this is like, you're going back and forth and you're basically deeply de-stressing the body. And when you look at an area that's compromised, be it arthritis or an injury or, muscle imbalance, whatever it is, even like a liver that's not functioning well or kidneys that aren't functioning well. When you go back and forth with this, you're de-stressing it. Like part of what causes the symptom is it gets stressed. It's, either through port function, structural misalignment, you know, poor nerve flow to an area, neural loop, whatever it is, that area has gotten stressed, right? And so when stress happens, again, it's not psychological stress, it's mechanical stress, right? It exaggerates what problems are there and function shuts down, right? I mean, it's the byproduct of stress. So by unstressing this, right? By unstressing this, you're improving function and you're diminishing the tendency of those negative aspects to be exaggerated, you know. And so you're helping that area to heal and to process whatever's going on and then to move past it. You're breaking that part of the body out of a neural loop. Like when we get stuck in an area starts to degenerate or when we're in pain, it is in a neural loop. Like it is stuck in a loop. So we gotta like healing it is processing through it. Like you gotta break that barrier of that repetition that's just a downward spiral. So by going through and processing through it, by de-stressing it, you're pushing through so that area can actually now heal. Right? So we're going to do another one, but before we do that, maybe there's questions or shares. And if not, we'll just jump right back in, but let's see where everybody's at.
Yeah, if you have any questions or shares, you can unmute yourself, you can raise your hand, you can type into the chat. Go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Hey. So I like this combo. That's kind of cool.
Isn't it kind of a cool little thing?
Yeah. Is
Yeah.
it kind of like can't think the words right now, but an expansion and contraction kind of thing?
Kind of. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
Astringent, I guess that's the word I'm
yeah,
looking
you're breaking out of a loop and then you're kind of processing whatever's there.
for.
Like,
Okay.
like if you think about like what I was just saying is whenever we have an area, like how you were saying your guarded spot. Another way of saying that is it is in a loop, It's in a guard loop, but it's in a loop, right?
Yeah.
And so as we start to break out of that pattern, we kind of loosen it up, but it really doesn't change a whole lot other than it loosens up. And so by going back and forth, you kind of loosen it up and then you kind of push through a little bit. And then you loosen it up and then you push through a little bit. And then you loosen it up more and it pushes through. And then pretty soon it's starting to engage the healing process. But that guarded part is like it's like your that part of your body that is in crisis or in like being compromised or degenerating or whatever. It's like it goes down on lockdown.
Yeah.
Like I used to have this little dog that like whenever I would go outside or we'd go on a trip or something, he would go on lockdown. He would stop drinking water. He would not eat as much. He wouldn't poop. He wouldn't pee. He wouldn't like, he was just like,
Well, you get
just,
stressed out. Yeah.
yeah, he's super stressed out. Like I always felt so bad for him, but you know, I would laugh, but then, because he's just being cute and he's not in crisis, but in his mind he is.
Yeah.
I would laugh and then I would like be quiet and I was like, but how many parts of me are doing that same thing? Like,
Yeah.
I think it's funny when he's doing it, but like I start thinking about it, I was like, there's parts of me that totally do that.
Yeah.
They go into like a lockdown mode or they're just always on lockdown. And so like it's kind of a way that you said like if we have some sort of old wound or some stress, or maybe we even processed through it and we got through it, but the body was like, ugh, remember that time? So
Mhm.
it's like it holds in that area. And it's like we have to protect this area.
Right.
And as much as that sounds like, oh, well, a little extra protection feels nice, but it does it through increased body tension, like splinting, increased pain, increased stress. Like if you get in and around that area, your body has an exaggerated stress response,
Right.
an exaggerated pain response. And as we get older, we just accumulate too many of those.
Right.
And time to let them go. Like
Yeah.
they're
Sure.
not serving
Sure.
us.
Right. It's like the mold is already kind of there, right?
Yeah.
So as soon as
Yeah.
something triggers it, that's the first place it goes. That's what it's been known
Yeah.
for, known
Yeah. Yeah.
for such a long time.
People will say like I feel like I have a weak spot, or even like if somebody's mad at you, it's like they know exactly where to project it, and it's all it's doing is it's just hitting our loops, like
Yeah.
our guarded spots. That's like the area that it hits, and so it will exaggerate any problem that we have.
Sure. Sure. Cool.
Yeah,
Thanks, Greg.
you're so welcome.
I just want to say my low back area keeps getting more and more like
Like
loose and
loose.
relaxed. And when I'm in bed and it's all tight, I try to just breathe. Like,
Mm.
well, let me just try to breathe it out. I mean, this is just kind of like, no, this is working. The
Yeah,
oils
yeah,
really make all the difference.
yeah. It really does. Yeah. Like, so remember when I first made the chemical health rays? Like I made this blend like a long time ago, but like at night I would be laying on the couch and I'd be doing the back and forth like we just did. And it's like every time, I mean, every time it would just knock me out. Like I'd be like, yeah, I'm just gonna do this for the man, it would just knock me out. And you know, I didn't think I was stressed out, but I would start checking into like the back or the diaphragm or the back of the legs. And man, as soon as I'd start working those areas, the tension would just, as it would melt away, it would knock me out. You know, yeah. Any more? If not, we'll. So I think we're going to jump up and we're going to do the jaws again. We're going to do them with the 1, 2, the left, right. Okay. So we're going to start with the left. Your awareness is on the jaws.
Again, right hand, left hand. So have your
Yeah.
two oils handy.
Yeah. So you're on your left hand, which is segment one oil. Switch to the right hand. You're still on the jaws where they hinge in front of the ears. Go back to the left hand. You're on the oil with segment 1. We're still on that area. And then your right hand, segment 2 oil. Okay, and then pause and let it go. Let it up. I think for us, most times we can feel the stress energy melting away, the dysregulation in the nervous system. And apparently for you, it's nighty night time.
Yeah, that one hit me like.
Yeah. And going back to like the way that Dan was talking about it, like there's an inner wound or there's something guarded, right? We're using up a lot of energy to manage that and maintain that. We're not necessarily choosing it, but the nervous system has made its adjustments, and then it's just running that program that is in repetition. And as much as it consumes energy and body uh, mm, like things that the body needs actually will go to that area, even though it's not something we're wanting to maintain. So instead of healing, we are maintaining that, or we're guarded, or we don't let things happen. We don't engage in certain interactions or certain relationships. We don't step into certain circles of action and activity, like maybe at work or in friendships, going out into the world because that thing is either telling us no or is consuming so much energy, we just don't have the juice in our legs, right? And so we have these interactions in our environment with people, events, whatever might be going on. We have these interactions, and not all of it is our choosing. Some of it is these just running patterns in our body that, we're having a hard time breaking out of. So even if it's like a digestive thing or your back pain or whatever it is, it's still in this like holding pattern. And we're just trying to process through it. We're just trying to heal through that. We're trying to break it out of that repetitive pattern so that it can heal and upgrade. Doesn't mean we have to relive anything from the past. We just are shutting down the program and we're walking away. It's like an app that's running in the background of your phone. It's consuming a lot of data and it's sucking up battery juice, but you might not even be using it. But it's doing all these things in the background. Same idea. So let's go ahead and do a couple of shares and
The fact that last one got me so tired, is it like something is calming down?
yeah, so like that brings up a good point. Like, so for Samantha, she got really tired in that. And if you think of like if you're in a repetitive mode, like some area of your body tension, like that's a good one. It's guarding a particular part of your body, so tension is increased, sensitivity is increased, pain pathways become amplified, because the brain is trying to maintain this area. And there's activity there. So, like, even when you try to lay down and go to sleep, that area is still in action mode. And so you're resting, but how much are you resting? Because these areas that are guarded are still, they're still just going and going and going, right? So when you start to shift out of that, a lot of times what happens is you'll start to feel sleepy because the nervous system is shifting and you're shifting into rest and repair mode. So what happens when you hit one of these spots and you start breaking up the pattern and then processing through it is you get relaxed or you get sleepy. And, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to sleep the day away, but you might get sleepy for 15, 20 minutes and then like, whoa, what happened? And your body processed through whatever that was. And like the deeper the level of relaxation, the deeper the healing was that was happening in that particular area.
If this isn't correlated, then maybe we don't confuse things. But I'm feeling it in my throat. Like, so we relax the jaw. I'm getting super tired. And now I feel like I'm just filling my throat hardcore. Is it like maybe just because it's correlated with the neck?
Yeah,
Or
your jaw and throat's very, very.
yeah. Should I work the throat specific next? Maybe on lunch or something?
Yeah, we could work that next. We're going to work the temples,
Oh,
but like we'll work the temples and maybe we can revisit that.
and see where we're at.
Yeah.
Somebody's wondering what is in the alchemical health rays.
Let's look it up and see. Which one? Alchemical health rays?
Yeah, the alchemical.
Red spruce, fir fraser, spikenard, cistus, and exotic basil.
Thank you. I think no, that was the shares and questions for this.
Okay. So we're still going to do the left right thing. We did the jaws, right? Isn't that what we just
Yeah,
did?
we just did jaws.
Okay. So let's do the side of the head, each side of your head. Your awareness is on the sides of your head. Segment one oil or your left hand, you're inhaling with your awareness on the sides of your head. Now rotate to the right hand. Awareness is still on the whole side of your head up there. We did both. How does that feel to you? Okay, so we did the sides of the head will impact the jaws. We did the jaw themselves. And like Samantha was saying, it was making her throat feel a little funky. So your awareness is on your neck. And if you have a specific area, you can work this specific area. You're using the oil from segment one, which is your left hand. Now switch to your right hand or segment two oil. Your awareness is on your throat or your neck, your whole neck. And then just pause and be still. Okay. How did you do? How did that feel?
Yeah, I felt like the temple, the head area, I mean, the side heads and the throat was really, I kind of, that whole thing was a good reset flush for that area.
Nice. And the head and neck felt good. And
Oh, yeah, much better.
yeah. Anybody else have a share or a question?
Yeah, you can unmute yourself, you can type in. I think you knocked them all out. No. Oh, here we go. Yeah, go ahead, Brenda.
Hey, Brenda.
Hey, I this is just so on point what I needed today, like you cannot imagine.
Oh, good. That makes me happy. Yeah.
I am drawn to do my brain and spine together.
Oh,
Is there
sure.
a problem with that? Okay.
No, not at all. I mean, we could go crazy with this. Like you could, like different issues like, bad shoulder, bad hip, liver, lungs, whatever. I even like the idea, even when I was writing this class, I like the idea of doing, like you said, the brain and then doing the jaws like we did, and the neck, um, and then like the chest, because then you're hitting the physical heart and then the lungs and you kind of are unwinding like the different parts that get like are tied to the dysregulation. Like if you start to loosen up the jaws, you'll notice your body starts to go into a little bit like deeper state of relaxation. And if you unwind the physical heart a little bit, it will start to unwind and the breath, if you deepen the breath, it's like, whoa, all of a sudden tension melts away. I would put the brain and spine in that category. It's tied to how our body, our brain takes the stress that is happening in the dysregulation of the nervous system and the vagal tone or poor vagal tone. The brain kind of processes it and then takes it to like the next level in the nervous system where it like then engages into this like holding pattern that happens over a period of time. And by kind of hitting the brain and the spine, you're unwinding some of that. Yeah. It's part of why we do that in the ORIC programming is you're unwinding some of that pattern that has been there for a while.
Okay. It just feels like there's layers and layers and layers here.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah.
And there's a part of me that would like to get to the kernel, the beginning, that first winding. And
Sure.
so can this be done too fast?
I would say that it's kind of like what Samantha was saying, like when we were in the middle of that some of it is like relaxing to her, and then some of it like knocked her out. And when you hit like a juicy piece, like something where it's in guard mode or protective mode, whatever you want to call it, it's not necessarily maybe something that is stable in the body. It's in this weird chaotic pattern. Whenever you're hitting it and it's either intense or it's like maybe the first time that you're really engaging that neural loop, a lot of times it's going to knock you out. It's going to make you really sleepy. It's going to make you, groggy. It's going to make you something. And the tendency to overdo might just be that you hit one of those spots and it knocks you out for a little bit. If you're fine with the pace, and I mean for me, if it knocks me out, I go, oh, I nailed something good. Like that's something that had to go. Then you'll notice that the next time it won't be quite as intense. It won't knock you out like it did before. And so as long as your body can handle it and you have time to rest and you don't mind getting knocked out for a little bit, I'd say go for it.
Okay. I did get knocked out.
Yeah.
Was
Yeah.
asleep for part of something, but
Yeah.
came to. So yeah. All
Like
right.
if you think of like when we get knocked out, part of what's happening is a neural loop is being completed. You know, you're being completed, you're discharging that guarded energy, that protective, that defensive energy, and you're going into rest and repair mode. And it's usually just kind of short, but it will reboot, and then you kind of wake up and you go, "Oh, what happened?" And you know, basically your body did some processing and then kicked it out. And so you know you can do it by just searching the body, and then after a while you'll go, well, I can't find anything more, and that's when it starts to become good about recalling past experiences, or like, okay, I have a difficulty with this person, and the difficulty with the person might not even be about the person. It might be that they represent a pattern in your life, and that's the entry point into that pattern. So even when you go through and you look at a particular person, you go, uh, is it really about them? Is it not? Doesn't really matter. They push my button somehow, some way. So then you just kind of work that, and you'll access different parts of your neurology by doing that. You know, anytime we kind of revisit something in our mind or we think of something in the past, our physiology doesn't know the difference between us physically being there and us just thinking about it. You know, a lot of times how it knows the difference is we don't think about it very intensely, or we don't think about it very clearly. But if you think about like when something's traumatic, it's intense, it's clear, it's been imprinted. And so when you go back and you think about it, it's like you're there. Like it's kind of the difference is in the mind. Like your body feels it like it did back when it happened. And so by recalling some of these things, you're bringing up that neurological response, and then you're going, now let's treat that. Let's unwind that neurological response there. And really, when we're talking about these old events, it's not the story that we have to let go of, it's the neurology. We have to let go of the neural loop. We have to let go of that neural cycle.
So helpful. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. I'm
All the
glad
way.
it's helping. Yeah,
Yeah, a lot.
good.
And someone shared a big release. I needed this, especially in the throat.
Yeah.
I've been yawning nonstop for neck and throat, feeling slightly tired now. I feel like I need to go lay down now.
Yeah.
And someone else said, bit of a bobblehead now. LOL.
Bubblehead. Bubble
Good.
or bobble?
Like a bubble, right? Isn't
Yeah.
that, yeah, a bobblehead? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
That's funny.
Bottlehead would be funny too, though. No. Those were the shares for this part.
Should we take a break or should we squeeze in a little bit more?
I think I need a break.
Need a break. Okay, so we're going to break for lunch and we will come back at 2:50. 2:50 Central Time, so that gives us an hour and a half.
I appreciate your enthusiasm. Okay.
And then we'll come back and we might do a little bit more or we might jump to the next segment. I'm not quite sure yet. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. Okay. we are going to do um, we're still going to work the segment 1 and segment 2 pieces just a little bit before we jump into working with an angel. So let's again go back to the oils that you had right before lunch. You're choosing something from the segment 1, and then you're choosing something from segment 2.
We can do the left hand, right hand thing again.
Yeah, we're going to do the left hand, right hand, the two-fisted back and forth inhalation, where we were working health rays and then the alchemical version of the health rays, which is us breaking out of a dysfunctional pattern, or a dysregulated pattern is a better way to say it. Okay, so we did the jaws, the side of the head, and the neck. We're going to start with the center of the chest. The center of your chest. So here you're hitting the physical heart, you're hitting circulation, and you're hitting the thymus gland. So your awareness is on the center of your chest. You're inhaling with the segment 1, which is in your left hand. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, now switch hands. You're smelling with the segment 2 oil. Your awareness is still in the center of the chest. Switch back to segment 1, your left hand. Still, your awareness is on the center of your chest. Yeah. You're diminishing stress mostly in the cardiac muscle. And so whenever you do that, part of what happens is your body relaxes somewhat. You're switching to your right hand. Segment 2 oil. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Doesn't that feel good? Mm-hmm. Now, let that go for a moment. Let it incubate. You're just letting everything go. So now we're going to do the back heart, that area between the shoulder blades. So segment one oil, your left hand, you're inhaling, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on your back heart. Switch to the segment 2 oil, your right hand. Back to your left hand or segment 1 oil. Your awareness is still between the shoulder blades. Okay, be still. Just let it go. It's okay. Yeah. Did we do the second one twice or just once? In the first one, we did 3 times. Okay. So now, if you kind of feel around here, like where your neck and your shoulder kind of come together, if you poke around, there's like a really tight spot, like on everybody. It's actually where a trigger point can happen. So it's kind of in that area where the neck and shoulder meet each other. If you're not sure, you're just going to put your awareness on this whole area. Now, the thing with this area, when you relax it, you go into deeper vagal tone. When this area is not relaxed, when your shoulders are up at your ears, you're in dysregulation mode, right? You're in dysregulation. And so we're manually making an area in the body relax, like the diaphragm, so that we shift our nervous system. So it's a way of using the body to manipulate the nervous system to go into like better function, right? So this is also known as the suprascapular point, right? So your awareness is on top of your shoulders, where your neck and shoulder kind of meets. You're using the segment 1 oil. You're inhaling. And if you accidentally spilled some vetiver on that area, it would be okay. It would totally be okay. Look, you accidentally spilled it with a rollerball. Other relaxing things too, vagal tone, spikenard, even a little marjoram, something that's a little relaxing on that spot. Your awareness is on the top shoulder area. You're still on the segment 1 oil. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Hmm. Your shoulders or your neck? Wow. Hmm. Now switch to the right hand or segment 2 oil. Your awareness is still on top of the shoulders. Switch back to the left hand or segment one oil. And then back to the number two oil, segment two oil, or the right hand. And then just let go. Be still. Okay, so we're going to do some more, this time on the lungs. So your awareness is on the lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're using segment 1 oils or your left hand. Your awareness is on the lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're switching to the segment 2 oil, your right hand. Your awareness is on the lungs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. You're using the segment 2 oil. Your awareness is on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Let's switch back to the segment 1 oil. You're still focusing on the lungs. And then segment 2. You're on your segment 2 oil, your right hand, your awareness is still on the lungs. And then just pause and be still. Just let that go. How's your body feeling, by the way?
Like it's resetting.
Mm.
Or relaxed. Mostly very yawny.
Now, the last little piece we don't like to get is the diaphragm, but also we'd like to have an influence on the smooth muscle of the digestive tract. And so we're going to hit the back solar plexus, which is going to do both for us, right? So your awareness is on your mid back area below your shoulder blades. You're inhaling the oil from segment 1. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now switch to your right hand or the segment 2 oil. Your awareness is still on the back solar plexus. You're still on that segment 2 oil, your right hand. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Go back to the first oil, segment 1 oil, your left hand. Your awareness is still on that back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the second oil, your right hand. Your awareness is still on the back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then pause and be still. Just let it go. Notice how you feel. So we're unwinding stress, the tendency to have a stress, an over agitated or hyper vigilant, hyper reactive stress response. And by doing so, this opens up the energy body to absorb more energy and expel off old used up energy. which is just a different way of saying the same thing. It's the energetic version of saying the same thing. You're discharging or you're expelling out the energy of defense and being guarded and protective energies, and you're allowing the body to rest and repair and heal and digest your food. Let's go ahead and share experiences, see how you did, ask questions. You can unmute yourself, you type in. Let's do that, and then we're going to jump into the next application, which is some work with angels.
Yeah, go ahead, Linda.
Hey, Linda, how are you?
Well, there's a lot to have to press raise hand right now. That was, um, yeah, yeah. So when you said if you accidentally drop some vetiver on your shoulder,
Mhm,
oh,
mhm.
let's do that. And then I accidentally got a heat wrap on top of that. So,
Oh,
yeah, and I was using marjoram in the left and Palo Santo in the right.
oh, nice.
Yeah, so very nice combination. And as usual, whatever you're doing is always exactly what I need because this week that supraspinatus thing, but then between the neck and the shoulder,
Oh,
man,
yeah.
I would turn my head this week and a couple times that would just like seize up, like it's just that painful burning.
Oh,
Ugh.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So this was perfect, absolutely
Is it
perfect.
helping to unwind it?
Oh, absolutely. It feels
Yeah,
so
good.
much better right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think of like a trigger point, because that's what that sounds like is a trigger point,
Yeah.
is it's a particular muscle where that muscle gets dysregulated.
Uh-huh.
Like that's what a trigger point is just, it's fascia, connective tissue, lymph, but a lot of it's neurological. And so for whatever reason, there's some dysregulation in that particular muscle, and then it can cause all kinds of issues, but you know.
Yeah, and it's also the side that I had a very bad whiplash 30 years ago. I was turned to the right when the car hit. And
Oh,
so,
wow. Yeah.
so that whole right side is highly
Yeah.
compromised. So
Yeah.
um, lots of dysregulation in there. Question, this particular process of doing the
Mhm.
back and forth, is this
Mhm.
something that, like, for instance, I tend to get my jaws tend to get pretty tight. Is this a
Mhm.
good one to like sit and do back and forth with it just on the jaws sometimes, or
Yeah, oh
just
yeah.
mind
Yeah,
area?
that's we did it like before lunch, and that's why it's
Mm,
like you look for like indicators, like if the body is in some sort of dysregulated state, because a lot of times it's not just like across the board, it's like in a particular area there's like some weird dysregulation. But you look at the shoulders, you look at the jaws, you look at the respiratory rate, you look at heart rate, and that will tell you like is the body dysregulated or not. And so, like here we're just kind of manually going through and like let's relax the jaws, let's relax here, we did the front heart so that we hit the you know the physical heart, the heart muscle. And then we did the back heart to do the heart muscle, but also then the lungs, and then we slipped in to the lungs, and then the back solar plexus hits digestion and the diaphragm. And so if you kind of manually do that, it like shifts the body out of the tension and dysregulation. Might not be complete shift, but it's a good general way just to push the body into like a more vagal state. Yeah.
hmm Okay. So one more question. I'm working with a client right now who's
Mhm.
dealing with anemia issues. And also she mentioned to me the other day that she feels like there's something going on with her lungs, like she can't breathe deeply. And that's made me think of all the things we've been doing this week. And then today also. So I'm thinking to try and have her to work with her to open up like the diaphragm and the lungs and the
Yeah, it's probably a
bronchioles.
diaphragm issue.
Right.
Like,
That's what I'm
yeah,
thinking. Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
And the diaphragm, it's still reflective of like how the body perceives the outside world. And so if she's still stuck on like an old trauma or somewhere where she feels guarded or needs to feel protective or whatever, it's
Mhm.
going to be reflected in the diaphragm. Other areas too, but
Mhm.
that. And so the more you unwind that, for one, her chakras will start functioning better, but then it
Mhm.
will be easier to access whatever it is to release it. And so even the idea of the body listening will allow you like deeper access into her field if she can even do it for a few minutes.
Yeah, I've been having her work with that, and that's been good. I've been, is there is there a particular oil that is particularly good for the lungs diaphragm, you know,
Yeah,
area?
like hyssop,
Okay.
Sitka, Anula, German chamomile,
Mhm.
myrtle,
Okay. Okay.
larch. Larch is incredibly good for it.
Oh, I love
Really.
larch. Right. Okay.
Yeah, larch is so good for the diaphragm. Um,
Cool.
uh, Frankincense. I'd put frankincense like maybe below all those other ones, but I'd
Mhm.
still throw it in there.
Okay.
Um, yeah,
Great.
Those are great.
Thanks.
yeah, those are good choices there.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. And you did good.
I did excellent. That back solar plexus
Yeah.
area. Ooh. I usually yawn so hard during lungs, anything lungs, but it
Mhm.
was that back solar plexus that got me just when you told us to let go, started dreaming like the whole
Really?
thing.
Wow, you started dreaming.
It
Wow, that's super good.
was pretty funny. Oh, and then for those of you guys, if you don't know, Robert's posting the link to some of those suggested oils, and we do that throughout the class. So
Yeah.
if it's helpful to you. Thank you for your share, Linda, there. And yeah, everyone else seems to be a little more knocked out.
So how about we'll take a little break and then we're going to come back and we're going to start working with some angels.
What time? Sorry.
10 after.
Okay.
Hey, everybody, let's come on back. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to work with an angel. We're working with an angel, being conductive to an angel, and we're doing this to impact our stress response and lower emotions. So we can just do the breathing application, but if you can, we're going to apply some angels, the blends to our body. If you want. If not, that's okay. So in the kit, we gave angel Monokael, but you can use whatever angel. That's just one that I thought would work. So the very first thing is you want to take a little bit of the angel oil and apply it to like the base of the skull. So this does a couple of things. So it does have an impact on balancing out the fight, flight, and vagal tone. But to a much greater degree, it does this by increasing like your body listening, like your ability of the mind and the nervous system to be able to perceive the messages that are being sent up, the signals. And then the second part is how the brain takes our stress responses, our pain responses, and then decides how to manage that in the body, which sometimes actually makes things worse, not better. Right. So it's like it almost kind of bypasses that or it calms it down so that the body doesn't feel like such a need to like increase sensitivity, increase pain, increase body tension, reduce mobility, you know, basically integrate the pattern, right? So the idea of applying it down to the base of the skull has a very deep therapeutic effect. So if you have even a small one, just take a drop or two and then just rub it in that spot. Then normally we would use a body tonic and we'd apply it to the body, but especially the torso. So if you have an angel and a body tonic, you could go ahead and apply that, or you could take a drop or two and just kind of rub it on the solar plexus area. So, and again, this deepens your conductivity to the angel and has a very strong balancing effect on the nervous system.
Does it have to be the same angel?
No, it could be different. Yeah, which one? Monica. Yeah. Hey, then if you have an ointment of an angel, go ahead, shake it up and rub it all over your feet. If you don't, take just a little bit of essential oil and rub it on the soles of your feet. Even if it's the little 2 ml bottle, tap a couple drops, rub it on the bottom of your feet. So go ahead and do that. By rubbing the angel oil on your feet, you're very much diminishing dysregulation in the body. Then if you have a spray, like with this kit, it was Larch, but just any of the sprays, spray down the front of you. This will help just keep the energy moving and help with integration and release. How's that feeling? Now, honorable mentions for this process, a little bit of angel oil on the thumb whip and a little bit of angel oil on that spot. Like I started going on my shirt like I was rubbing some on.
Really show us.
Yeah. That spot where the neck and shoulder kind of meet. So the base of the skull increases body listening and helps the mind let go of the pattern in the body, right? Doesn't physicalize it or somaticize it in the body, or at least diminishes it somewhat. Then by putting the body tonic on, the torso, you're increasing vagal tone with that particular component. Rubbing the ointment on your feet actually diminishes dysregulation. And then as you go through and spray, it just keeps everything moving, helps it to integrate more, deepens a release. So once you've done that, just that right there is a therapeutic process. Like, look, it took like 5 minutes to go through and, swab everything, and boom, you could just lay down, go to bed, which I do often. Like, instead of sitting there doing a process, I slather it on and then conk out. Right. So that is one way, or you can use it to amplify what we're about to do. And so, and like somebody said, what happens if you kind of mix and match the angels? That's okay. Yeah, that's totally okay. I mean, you're making yourself conductive to angelic energy to begin with, right? And it's a deeper level of healing. You're bringing in an energy with consciousness. So you're even going beyond just that whole idea of dysregulation and vagal tone. You're doing something that's actually even deeper than that. And so, if you mix and match, that's fine. Now, since we've all put, you put it on, or if you didn't, that's okay. But just that is a therapeutic process, but you could also do it before you do this process, which makes it much deeper. Right? So now with whichever angel you're going to use, you have your angel oil. If for some reason you don't have an angel oil, let us know. But if you have an angel oil, you're inhaling, your awareness is on the forehead. Your awareness is on your forehead. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the back head. Now, your awareness is on the sides of your head, each side of the head. Now, your brain. Your awareness is on your brain. Just pause, let that go for a moment. Your awareness is on the brain again. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths.
Now, move your awareness to the high heart, that little notch between your two collarbones. And then let that go. Just let it go. Now, visualize yourself in a ball of light. You're completely surrounded by a ball of light. The best of your ability, try to visualize yourself in that ball of light. You're visualizing yourself in a ball of light. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with the oil. And then just pause and let go. Again, visualize yourself in a ball of light. And when you're ready, begin inhaling the angel oil. And pause and be still. Side tree. Just let it incubate. You're just being still. Let's do another round. Your awareness is on your forehead. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on the forehead. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back head. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The sides of your head. Your awareness is on the sides of your head. Sides of your head. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're moving your awareness to your brain. And then pause and let go. Your awareness is on the brain. And move your awareness to the high heart, that area between the collarbones. Just let go. Let go of everything. You're just letting go. You're visualizing a ball of light. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths as you visualize yourself in a ball of light. And be still, let it go. Now you're practicing body awareness. Where do you feel something in the body? Or you can go to an area that's compromised, that needs healing. Shoulder, hip, back, jaw, liver, lungs, kidneys, whatever it is, you're putting your attention on that area. You're practicing body awareness and body listening. And as you're practicing body awareness and body listening on that area, begin inhaling the angel oil with your awareness on that area. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then just pause and let it go. Okay, we did the jaws. Remember, we did it with just segment one, and then we did segment one, segment two, the two-fisted approach. We did the jaws, the sides of the head. Let's experiment to see how the angel feels here. So you're practicing awareness on your jaws, where they hinge in front of the ears. And when you're ready, start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on your jaws. You're inhaling the angel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move your awareness up to the sides of your head. Your awareness is on the sides of your head. Okay, let that go. Now we have this interesting thing that we've done where we've worked the idea of dysregulation and vagal tone with segment 1 and segment 2 up here on the jaws. Then we came here and we worked the angel, and all of it feels good, but all of it feels a little bit different too. Like it's hitting things from different angles. And so one of the things that you can do is you can go back and forth between this idea of something like clinical, which we're actually using health rays, which is energetic. And then you can go back and forth between that and an angel in a particular area. The angel brings in a component that is beyond just simple dysregulation and fight flight and rest and repair and vagal tone. It starts to hit deeper levels of the nervous system and like higher up the chain of events. And so we just did the angel on the jaws. Let's go back and pull out the oil for segment 1 and segment 2, the left hand, right hand technique that we were doing earlier in the day. And so the oil that you have from segment 1 that you're using, let's have you inhale that again. Your awareness is on your jaws as you inhale the oil from segment 1. You're inhaling, you're using the oil from segment 1. Your awareness is on the jaws. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, move your awareness to the oil of segment 2, your right hand. Your awareness is still on the jaws. And then let that go. And now let's pick up the angel again. Whatever angel you were using. Can I have some of that? Which one's this? Mauna Kea? Your awareness is on your jaws. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. So after you do a few cycles of, working the angel, like here with the pattern where we go forehead, back head, sides of the head, brain, high heart, ball of light, then you can start doing body listening to bring that energy deeper within the body for engaging the healing process. You could go right off the bat, but I find that if you go through and do a couple of cycles of working the angel at first, just in general, then direct it, it's a bit more potent. Then you can start to combine either energetic or clinical approaches after that angelic energy has come in, and it will take the healing a bit deeper. So let's go ahead and do shares and questions. We'll unmute. You can type in. Let's go ahead and talk this out and see how you did. Share your experience, and then we'll go from there. How was your experience?
That was kind of magical.
How's your jaws feel?
Like I still need to work them, but a lot looser.
A lot looser.
I mean, they don't feel like they did this morning, so we kept going. I mean, but the angel one part just blew me away. There was a moment where it just felt like, I think it started when we did the sides of heads part. And maybe it was the brain, but it just felt like stuff was like coming out of my head. Like crazily. And so almost in a distracting way, but in a great way. You're like, I don't know what's happening, but
Something's going
yeah,
on.
exactly.
Yeah.
It was kicking off something. Oh, that was amazing. And go ahead, Linda.
Hey, Linda.
Hey.
How'd you do?
Oh, I think like Sam, it was like really great, really, really great. And I missed the segments before lunch, so I didn't get to do the jaws earlier. So doing them now was really helpful. Things are definitely looser. That spot on the neck especially has continued to loosen up.
Oh, good.
And, yeah. And I worked with Mikael.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, because I had the kit, so I used all the pieces of the kit. That was fun. Yeah. So
Doesn't working the whole kit thing, isn't it feel good?
It's
God,
great.
it feels so good to me these days.
It's really great. And it's nice to know now, because I don't think I really knew exactly all the places to put. So I'm glad we have that direction now on what to put where. And I love the idea of being able to like, just do that before we go to bed and don't worry about breathing. Just do it and go to
Yeah,
bed.
just slap it on and conk out.
I like that idea.
Yeah,
So, yeah, so thanks. This was really a wonderful combination of things.
good, good, good.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey.
Hi, I just have a question.
Mhm.
If I'm having a lot of like worry in my mind, which area, I've got a number of the oils, but
Mhm.
my guess is maybe the first and second segment, going back and forth with those. But what,
Is
area
it
of my,
is it is it just worry in general, or is there like something going on that's causing the worry?
yeah, well, they've called me back in for more surgery. I just don't know how much we're looking at. They just left one of those messages on the phone on Friday. So, um, so it's more skin cancer stuff, I'm guessing.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
And my body's just done with it. It's, and I can't tell if it's really my body or my brain. Could
Mhm.
be both.
Meaning like you're just like past your threshold? Is
Yeah,
that what you mean? Yeah.
very much. Definitely.
Mm.
I was just starting to get better from the hives. You know what I mean? Um, so yeah, I'm definitely a little bit past that threshold. And I think worry just makes it kind of more negative, more less hopeful.
Um, I would say you said you had the kit or
I have a number of the kits. I do.
um I would use the alchemical health rays. If you don't have this kit, then one of the oils from that. So red spruce, fir Fraser, spikenard.
I have spikenard.
Yeah, go ahead and use that. And the thing that I would have you do is follow the pattern that's like for the angels.
Okay.
The forehead, back head, sides of the head, and then brain, and then high heart, and then ball of light. Do that, but with the uh spikenard. Yeah.
Spikenard. And then if I got one of the health rays, earlier you said that you've added a eucalyptus kochi, or you've added
Mhm.
something. Which one would I purchase?
Well, for this process that I'm talking about, I would do the alchemical health rays.
Chemical. And
Yeah.
that's on your website, right?
Do we have it on the site yet or no? Or
I don't know.
we'll check and we'll put it on tonight or tomorrow if it's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's a new one, so it might not be on there, but we'll get it on there this weekend.
Thank you. And would I just get a roller ball or?
Yeah, just a rollerball should be good.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for your help.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Robert.
Hey,
Hey, so two
how'd you do?
things. Really well.
I could kind of
There's
hear it in your voice.
there's two parts to it, and the last one really I didn't even see coming until we got to the end of this last segment. When we started it, I've had some a tooth extracted about a week ago, and
Mm,
I was having just general irritation still, nothing unusual. I'm not worried about it at all,
sure.
but it's just irritating. And so I said, okay, let's work on that. And I forgot what I was working on, but I just kept working whatever you said to do. And then we got to the end and you said, well, how did you do? What did you feel? And I'm like, and you were talking to Sam about how's your jaw doing? And I start opening my jaw and it's like, oh wow, there's no pull, there's no nothing. It's just
Oh, good. Yeah,
free
yeah,
movement.
yeah.
And I'm like, wow, I didn't even stop to feel until you were talking to Sam about it. So that's really cool.
That's very
Uh,
cool. Good for you.
Yeah. And then the one from this morning, over the last couple of years, I've gotten better at not being stressed by the amount of work coming and where it's coming from. It's
Hmm.
not a lack of, it's too much, overwhelmed.
Hmm.
And in the last 2 weeks, that's been coming up again. And it's like, okay, is this going to end? What's going to happen? And now, as I'm sitting here at this point, looking back over what we did, it's like, oh, yeah, I have a bunch of work. Okay, that's fine. Just
Right,
not even stressed about it, not overwhelmed, not worry's not the right word. Just
right.
like, how am I going to accomplish all this? And I was like, okay, great, move on.
Well, I mean, you bring up a good point, and like we're gonna explore it quite a bit in the applied angelology class.
Mhm.
Is that, you know, when we're in a dysregulated state, it impacts it, like it narrows our perception. And part of the thing that happens in the narrowed perception is um like how you process time, and also like a kind of depth perception that you have in a situation. Like everything feels like, it's right now. I got to resolve it right now. Because if you think about it, if we're dysregulated, we're in fight flight, we're in crisis management, and everything's about right now, right? The more that we're able to expand into vagal tone, right, we start to go, well, that needs to be done, but I can do it over the next 2 months, or I can do it, in 3 months. I'll definitely have it done by then. And this, like you kind of go through and you look at it, but your perception isn't as narrowed. It's a little bit wider. And so like you can see like a bigger picture. I would say, there's different ways to work those aspects. And, there's 5 aspects that you work. And one of the easiest ways to do it is with angels. Like it shifts you out of that dysregulated perspective that then actually kind of begins to like physicalize, or your brain like goes, okay, I'm identifying with this, and let's do whatever we need to do to the physiology to make it be more careful, or to protect itself, or to not move, not shift, whatever it might be. And that perception, like if the perception never really changes, even though you calm the body down, you're going to kind of get back there again at some point, because the perception is so narrow. It's all like, crisis, 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 crisis. And so even though you diminish a crisis, the perception opens up a little bit, but we're still like perceiving in like through that survival lens, you could say. And that is the one of the beautiful things about working with the angels is it changes our lens. Like it changes from a survival lens to a like, it's all good. Like, it gives us this like different perspective that was always there. We just couldn't see it. It's
Right.
it's not magical thinking. It's just like a greater level of depth perception. And I go back to that joke about, it wasn't really a joke, but being in the presence of the guru, he was, talking about something, and he started thinking about like the cycles that, the planets go through. And he was like, the divine plan is in the process of working out. And if you align yourself with that, you'll rapidly spiritually grow and evolve. So with that, you should try to incarnate as much as you can over the next 10,000 years. And me and whatever students were there were looking at each other like, okay. Yeah, but it's a perspective that like to me was like, so it was almost comical. But for him, that's the kind of perception he had. How we talk about like the narrowed survival field. At some point, it's like the perception keeps opening up, and you see way beyond not just the moment, but even that drive for survival. Like you see like a bigger slice of life other than, run, fight, hide, whatever it is. And I think you're having those moments like that. Like, you go from like, what am I gonna do? I gotta take care of this, to where, can only do what I can do. I can schedule things out. I can put people, on the schedule when I can work them in. But other than that,
I I even tried a few days ago. One of my favorite things to do is pulled out assemblage point. I was working with a client who needed it, and so I was going along with it, and it helped some, but it wasn't like I made a shift. It was just like, yeah, I see what I'm still here, still too much. And the angel just sort of made it feel like I could pick any possibility perception aspect and just go
Yeah.
there and not worry about it.
Yeah.
And it's not going to ruin or hurt or break anything.
Right.
And it's like, oh, okay, I like this.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And like you said, like I think part of like you hear you're running your own business, and it's like, got to keep the customer happy, got to do this, got to do that. When you're like at the level where you're like, I don't have enough hours in this week, or I don't have enough hours in this month to service everybody, then you start telling people it's going to be 3 months before I can get to you. Some people are still okay with that.
Yeah.
You know?
It's been pretty amazing.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just can't, but it doesn't matter. It'll all work out.
Yeah.
Not my problem.
Yeah, exactly. You can only do what you can do. And so,
Yeah. So thank you very much.
yeah, good for you.
And then go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
I had a comment for Denise. There's a doctor in Scottsdale, Arizona by the name of Ronald Peters at Mind Body Medicine, and he's curing cancer, and he puts you on he's in alternative medicine, but he puts you on a inflammation-free diet. And it's basically the diet that Campbell, he has a cookbook and a book on. He was a researcher born on a farm with meat and eggs and stuff, and he was determined to do research and prove that plant-based diet was baloney. And his research pushed him to the opposite direction, that the plant-based diet was curing. The gladiators and the Roman army ran on they dined on a plant-based diet. wasn't all the meat stuff you sometimes see on TV. But anyway, he's been able to cure people. And if you go to his website, there's a bunch of articles that you can find the diet and the cancer. And he's curing dementias, Alzheimer's as well. So you might look into that. Another thing that might help is if it's skin cancer, if you rub tea tree oil into it, it will dry up and fall off little growths and stuff, but it may help the cancer too. People have found it very helpful.
Well, thank you. Thanks for sharing.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And then go ahead, Teresa.
Hey.
Hi. Geez, I don't even know what to say other than I know that when I want to eat, that means I'm in a really great, relaxed, vagal tone state. So if you guys all want to come over, I've been making crepes, and I'm like, oh,
Crepes are
Uh,
good.
yeah, and which is it's so nice to be able to point to that because I'm like, I'm not sure I'm feeling too much today, other than I feel little fragments leaving of other healing work that I've been doing through the week.
hmm
Um, and I'm like, oh, I feel like eating and like nourishing myself. So that's what's been going on. And I do have a question, like,
Sure.
how do you train the brain to know like stuff is actually just floating away? You don't have to like grab onto it and try to bring it back to you.
That body listening is actually what you're doing. I mean, it's one of the things you're doing. You're allowing a shift to happen first in the body, and then eventually it happens in the emotions, and then eventually the more subtle thing is the mind. And
Okay.
I'd say like sometimes when things keep arising and we kind of keep grabbing onto it, you have a couple of things. It could be that there's still some neural cycle,
Mm-hmm.
where it's in a loop somewhere in the body. So going through
Okay.
and sitting with the body, and then if it's about something in particular, you can go back and visit that to like bring up that neurological response and then work it that way. So
Okay.
that's one. And then two is that idea of when we have this state that's been there for a period of time, um, part of what happens is the 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 mind tries to like manage it or avoid it or
Mm-hmm.
predict it or
Mm-hmm.
and so what starts to happen is you know like pain's a good example of a way to look at this is that condition can heal so that there's no more tissue damage, but you might still be experiencing pain
Mm-hmm.
because the pain is in the nervous system. Like it's not even sometimes a loop. It's just like how the brain is trying to manage you from like, hey, you got hurt there before, or hey, that area is compromised. So if we increase pain levels or if we increase sensitivity, then you're less likely to do something like pick up a box or twist too fast or whatever it is. So sometimes what's happening is our like next phase of the nervous system has physicalized the pattern into the body and is
Mm-hmm.
holding on to the pattern. And
Mm-hmm.
so that whole idea of putting stuff at the base of the skull is
Mm-hmm.
partially about unwinding some of that.
Mm-hmm.
Working with angels does improve that somewhat. The idea of working like chronic pain, like even though it might not be about a pain or even an emotional pain, it's just like maybe some old pattern. It's still
Mm-hmm.
about like letting go of that like physicalized or somaticized part in the nervous system. And so even the
Okay.
idea of working the last part of the work programming where we go brain, crown, brain, spine, brain, soles of the feet. It's about unwinding some of that stuff as well.
Okay.
Uh, Oils that are really good for unwinding that component, like in the Nerve Help does it like in the body, but like let me look something up here. Give me just a second. I mean, helichrysum's probably your best bet as far as a single oil goes.
Okay.
The other one that I would throw at the mix of if you're working on the idea of something keeps arising in the mind, there's some sort of trauma loop, pain loop, something guarded loop,
Mm-hmm.
whenever that arises in me, like it's there. I'm not always aware of the situation. I have to sit and almost like go, okay, what's this about? Sit
Mm-hmm.
with whatever arises, even though it might seem like straightforward at first. It sometimes is like alerting you to a pattern rather than that exact event or that exact person. And so sometimes when you keep working it and it's like, well, like I feel better and then it just comes right back. It's probably more of a pattern than it is about that particular event. And
Mm-hmm.
so, you can kind of step back and go, okay, where does this feel similar? And it doesn't have to be like super literal, but it's just like I kind of get the vibe here, and I kind of get the vibe here, and I kind of get the vibe here, and might not be exact, but it's the same kind of gist. It's like that thing where, people say it's not what you said, it's like how you said it. There's like a vibe or a feeling that kind of comes with interactions with people sometimes that on the
Mm.
surface it might look straightforward and not a big deal, but there was some weird intention or some energy projected through all of that where it was like left me feeling a little hinky. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know about that. And so um helichrysum is can be good for that. But one that I would say you wouldn't think of it as being one that you could work here is Kunzia.
Okay.
And Kunzia is in a few things, and we talk about it for like, eczema and things like that. And it's also good for helping to generate flexibility, especially in like arthritic conditions and things like that. It's like the things that it's known for. But I would say it has, if you think about like it increases flexibility in an arthritic joint, you know, the thing with an arthritic joint is it makes us feel, from a body's point of view, it makes us feel not stable. And it actually engages a little bit of a fear response on a body level. Not even emotionally, mentally, but just on a body level. It's like, hey, my hip's a little wonky, or my knee's a little wonky, and or even if it's not weight bearing, like the shoulders or something, like, my hands and my thumbs,
Mm-hmm.
so there starts to feel like a little bit of instability, and there's a little bit of fear, and it's not massive, but it's just in the body somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
Kunzia helps to unwind that. And
Okay.
so I would say in these other situations, there's a little bit of something that makes you feel unstable. And there's something where it's like, I got to resolve this. And it will keep rising up because it does make you feel um, like a little bit unstable on some level. Even if you've released it, but still the body has a memory of what it is, be it that you feel a little compromised or a little vulnerable or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Kunzia can kind of help to unwind that. It's not going to be overnight, but
Mm-hmm.
it can kind of keep just increasing flexibility in that pattern so that we can push through it a little bit more and feel more of how we feel now rather than what happened so long ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't discern whether it really is just me getting comfortable with the fact that it's just little teeny things are floating away. And um so I'll keep using the helichrysum, and I have Consia, so I'll try that too.
Well, I would say when they're floating away, like this is the rule of thumb I use for myself. Like when I'm sitting and being still and just being aware of the body in general, not like
Yep.
fishing for something specifically, naturally thoughts are going to arise. If they arise and pass, even though it might be consistent for like, a month, the same thoughts arise, but they
Hmm.
arise and they pass, it's because they're passing. But if they
Okay.
rise and we get triggered by it a little bit or we get hooked into it, something's still in a loop or we're still hooked in somewhere.
Okay.
Does
That
that make
helps.
sense? Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
helps a
Yeah.
lot. So cool. We'll see
Yeah.
what else comes up today and tomorrow, but
Oh, good, good,
that's helpful.
good.
Thank you, Greg.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
I, this is brilliant. It's good to hear these dialogues. Thank you for the last one, Teresa. I can empathize and feel parts of that too. And then also wanted to echo with Robert as far as the angelic bits and working with angels. There have been
Mhm.
more times that especially lately, where I knock on wood that I don't jinx myself, right? But I, walking by a situation that normally used to really trigger me and upset
Yeah.
me,
Yeah.
and then it's just kind of like, well, that's the way it is. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's not under my control. It's
Yeah.
not under anything I can do other than it's okay, there you go, kind of thing,
Yeah.
right? It's just there. And
If you really pay
yeah, tell
attention
me more,
to,
please.
well, it's kind of just saying the same thing I already said, but like if you really kind of watch yourself, like when you start doing more and more work with the angels, your perception, like your depth perception changes. Like, you see a little bit more bigger picture. You see a little bit more like not just right now, but you see, oh, I see how this is going to play out. Or, it's not a crisis if I say no to somebody or, whatever it might be. And I think we all have some things like that, but a lot of it is we're so under the microscope and like looking at like right here, right now, got right here, right now, got to take care of this, got to survive this situation right here, right now. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Like, can't find my keys. What am I going to do? You know, it's just everything feels like we're putting out a fire kind of.
Yeah,
And
like crisis. Everything's a crisis, right?
everything's a crisis, you
Right.
know, and it really starts to be like a lens that we see things through, not really um, what's happening. You know, we just get used to seeing things that way. And I still catch myself doing that a whole bunch.
Yeah.
You know, like, oh, this is just the way things happen in, you know, this time of year, or this is the way it goes when I deal with this person, or this. And then, you know, no, no, it doesn't. Like, no, like it doesn't have to be that way. Like, I'm just, it's almost like, you know, we get so used to being on automatic behavior, automatic thinking that we just kind of see the trigger and go, this is what we do.
Right. Yeah.
And then, you know, you start working the angels and then you start going, well, why do we do it like that? I don't understand. You know, because
Or here
all
we
of a
go
sudden the
again.
perspective's changing.
Yeah.
And then you start going, well, I don't have to do it that way. You know, like,
Right. I don't have to follow the same
yeah.
path. Yeah.
And honestly, like without doing the work with the angels, I don't know that that would have ever dawned on me. It
No.
never would have dawned on me. But you put in that essence comes in, and you know it bypasses all our survival oriented drives, and it allows for something to process that is hard for us to touch in other ways. And then all of a sudden we realize like, oh, I don't have to keep behaving like this. I don't have to keep doing the same thing because like I don't notice it in the moment, but I notice it afterwards. Like when I go, no, I can do it different. Like Robert said, like that used to freak me out. And now I can just say no, or you know what? I can do it in 3 months if that works for you.
Mm.
If not, you know, whatever. I didn't realize how much I felt a hostage or like in a cage. And then when that starts to happen, I realize I had the keys to the door the whole time.
Hmm.
And I stood there and was like, why is this happening to me? Why is this key in my hand? Why is this happening to me?
Right. Yeah.
And I could just open up the door and step out.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
I'm just kind of like on that. I'm just kind of like just kind of getting there, you know, just kind of just realizing that there's really,
right.
really, do I still want to do that kind of thing, right? Do I still want to think that, be that way, or, you know, just follow
Right.
that habit or the loop, right?
Yeah. Because there's, you know, here we've been talking about okay, dysregulation and how it makes me feel and being able to rest and repair and to quiet the body and take tension out of the body and quiet the mind and calm the emotions. But then there's the other side of it where there is that survival side and our ability to express outward, our ability to produce a result, our ability to manifest or materialize, all of that goes through those filters of dysregulation. Like
Mhm.
whatever level or degree
Yeah.
of dysregulation that we have, part of how we go through and refine that is that for one, we try to calm it down. Like just calm it down, calm it down, calm it down, calm it down. But then we calm it down. What happens when we start to need to engage it to finally do something different at work or to find a job or to materialize a goal or something like that? Now we're having to see things through those filters of dysregulation that has happened for that period of time. And that starts to be like next level of unwinding the dysregulation. And so, why, if it works with angels here, why not use angels there? You know,
Right.
like why not use angels to push through the
Brilliant.
dysregulation, all the years of dysregulation, all the years of survival oriented, trauma oriented perception that we then try to materialize through.
What a phrase.
Why not use
Yeah.
angels to walk through that door? I think that's the next step.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because think about how many times like where you go, I can never do that, or I can't get started on this thing, or every time I do this, it goes horribly wrong, or it blows up in my face. And really what we're doing is we're operating through that filter of dysregulation where we're kind of having to run this gauntlet of all the crap that has happened before and all the fears, all the anxieties, all the traumas. And now when we try to go outward, we're going through that filter and what does it do? And so it's one thing to bring it in and go, "Oh, I feel better." But like even like how Robert was saying and how you were saying, it's like now when I express myself outward, it's starting to change. It's like now that filter, that thing about expressing outward, that we're now starting to penetrate through that. And it's like breaking out of that eggshell and I'm getting to be who I am rather than my conditioned self.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you for, kind of
Yeah.
encapsulating that whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to be talking about it for a few months.
I look
Yeah.
forward.
I mean, even last weekend we were talking about it. Like I didn't talk about it quite like that, but you know, but for a while we're going to be working on, we've unwound the dysregulation here. Now the outward expression, like working through those filters so
Mhm.
that, when you do something, you don't, you feel good and then you go to do something and then you get all wonky, right? There's
Right.
something in that expression outward through the layers of dysregulation that you're trying to cut through to get something to manifest or materialize or how we interact or whatever it might be. And so, you know, that's the next thing with angels is to unwind that layer.
That's great. And I
Yeah.
think you've mentioned this too before, like even when taking a chance of trying to take that next step through, if some things do go awry, then it's so easy to go back to the old way, right? To
Oh
go
yeah.
back into, duck and cover, right? And
Right.
I'm not gonna, yeah, because it's not making you feel in a comfort zone, right? You're kind
Right.
of like totally out of your zone. Yeah,
Yeah.
perfect. Looking forward. Thank you.
Yeah. Good, good.
And then we had some shares and maybe even some questions in the
Mm-hmm.
chats as well. Someone said, love the kits, and jaws are less clicking and much quieter.
Good. Keep especially the side of the head. You really wouldn't think about that a lot for jaw related issues, but a lot of it is up in the temporalis muscle, this big muscle on the side of your head.
Question, which oils are in Archangel Raphael Premium and which are in Archangel Michael?
Just regular Michael.
Yeah, look like they didn't say.
Mm. Um, so the Archangel Premium Raphael is Angelica, Osmanthus, St. John's wort, Melissa, Kava Kava, and lemon myrtle. And then Michael, regular Michael, is cypress, sage, lemongrass, frankincense, galbanum, mugwort, rue, cistus, opopanax, thyme, and Eucalyptus polybrocte.
Thank you. Someone's asking for us to put the alchemical health rays in a 10 ml.
Rollerboat.
I didn't say rollerball, I just said 10 ml. You can go ahead and email me, or you could type it here in the chat
Yeah.
since we're still here, so I can know. But yeah, we'll get that up on the site. We'll
Yeah.
get a couple different sizes up on the
Yeah,
site
we'll
for
get
you
it up
guys.
over the next day or so.
And then what pattern do you use with Kunzia for instability? I think this goes back to Teresa.
What I was talking about with Teresa. I would probably use that angel pattern where you do forehead, back head, sides of the head, brain. Then you can drop down to the high heart and then the ball of light. The big one would be the forehead, back head, two sides, and then the brain. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm loving that pattern.
Mm-hmm.
Great questions, great shares today, guys. I think that kind of covers today's.
Okay. So we are going to call it a day, and then we're going to start tomorrow at 10, and we're just going to have a slow, methodical day like we did today, and keep unwinding that stress and those lower emotions and talking about different ways of doing it. So right off the bat, I think we hit stress right off the bat, straight on. So I'll see you guys in the morning.